Let's go. Pillars of Eternity. I'm enjoying it so far. Loads of time just learning yesterday's. It's quite different to some other like Pathfinder and stuff.
Yes?
A little, a bit different. Need to pick my skills. Level 3 now. Let's do magic. Use scrolls. Think of doing a bit of endurance. I'm not sure, maybe not. Save, go into lore. This seems like a good buff one. Double my max endurance basically. Wow. That's another good armor spell. Ray of Fire looks like it might be pretty good. How long does that last? Minimum of 10 damage per second for 10 seconds. Is the duration increased though? No. Not for that spell. The damage is though. It's like a minimum of 100 damage. 100 to 180. Unless they save, do a reflex save. It's going to be a DPS wizard, whether that's melee or ranged, I'm not sure yet, but right now it's melee. This spell, AoE, corrosion damage, and gain endurance, that seems like awesome. It's over time as well, 14 seconds. Lasts for 63 seconds, that lasts for 84. I'm getting Corrosive Siphon, then that one, and then I'll probably get mirrored image later on. That's armor. Get others later. Combusting Wounds seems pretty. It's in 28 seconds. Increase your damage.
How may I help?
And with you gotta do actually do control spells, I think. Oil. Also do web. AoE stuck in the web. Including allies. Be careful. Confusion. That's long. You gotta be the control spell wizard. I'm gonna be the DPS wizard. Confusion and web. Oil, I know, is a pretty good spell. Reflex save. Web's a fortitude save. The bears are going to have a lot of fortitude. The animals, their will saves, probably be mind spells, will be best against them. Mind spells, best against animals. You've got like reflex save spells, best against the least agile ones. You can dodge. And then blinding webs, a fortitude save, so strong people can break out of it easily, but weaker people cannot. We'll get binding web next. Let's just try that.
I'm here.
Okay, let's explore this place. Go inside her house. Clink and locks the usurper. This thing again. Should we do it? I'm gonna save and do this. I don't know what this is even about. You see a small group of people gathered around the ruins of a house. The destruction continues out from the single dwelling through the entire village. Not a single building still stands. Rubble is scattered everywhere. One of the men in the group leans over something in the debris. Shall I read this out? I may not read this out. Yeah, I'm not gonna read this out anymore. I'm just gonna read it myself and then summarize it. People around their house. Buildings destroyed. Boy on the ground doesn't respond. Boy finally wakes up. Woman goes up to the boy. She holds out a hand to him. He looks confused. Cries. Is this his past? Clink. Slocks. Feel their history. Yeah. A lone man standing in a field. Around some crops, examining the crops. And then he approaches him with a sword. First man turns around, smiling, but then that puts the sword through him. Oh, he kills his friend. What? And then he pulls the sword back out, tears falling down his cheeks. Oh, the first man. First man, tears. He killed someone? Knew who he was. Can I talk to him further? Gold watch tube. Is this stealing? No. Save before I pick stuff up. What's that? Ah, food. +3 might for 600 seconds. Increased movement speed. Favorite of farmers. You feel sluggish when you suffer from something for a while afterwards, so. Use that one to find the bear. Kiera. Crowded marketplace. Vendors and their stalls. Wandering through the shops with with another woman. Looking at the shops. Picking up loads of books. Still hand in hand. Someone threw an apple at one of the women. At her. The man throws another apple at her, hitting the second woman. Yelling at them something about a legacy and about responsibilities. The other woman pulls the book from her pack, holds it before her, muttering some words, waves her hand above the book. But this woman's trying to calm her down. Shot something at the apple, an energy beam, orb of energy, exploding it. As the man throws another apple, the man's face changes at anger with now fear. The second woman started chanting again. This woman steps in front of the other woman, placing herself between her lover and their attacker. Wizard scum. Another man in the back says wizard scum to them, so they continue walking on. Wow, see their memories. Oh shit. That's stealing. Not looking, can we grab it? No.
Let's keep quiet. Aye? Yes?
Hey, why do you have more spells than me?
Yes.
Got 4 level 1 spells.
I'm here.
I've got 3. Why is that? We're both the same level wizard. Stats. Why is my might down? Oh. Caro Golan Crash. Okay. about you? I've got 15 dexterity. Work action speed. It's 10% ability area effect. He's got the blast talent, yeah. I think I want to get that. That seems pretty good. I don't know why you got more spells than me. About you, Edlin. Key opening a door. Two figures slip in, locking the door behind them. Sneaking in somewhere, stealing loads of documents. Hearing someone coming up stairs. One thief creeps forward. What? Other three of what? See, the thieves are all out. A voice calls out from below. One thief creeps forward. He continues forward, crouching by the banister. He sees someone's shoe and then shoves them down the stairs. The woman falls back down the stairs with a cut-off scream, falling lifelessly to the floor below. The second thief grabs her brother and they make their escape.
Indeed.
The thief, he's a wizard. Rats. Seems like I'm reading a memory, which is kind of not that clear sometimes. Oh, is he a godlike Duran? Oh, these like main people. Come back to him. Ghost. That ghost was actually someone. The food's like not growing either, even though it's raining. The land's just dying or something. Duran. Large crowd in a courtyard. This man stands in the middle of them all, cloak over his head. The crowd's transfixed on a platform. Man's led to the platform. And begin to read out his sentence. This man starts walking away now, trying to not avoid attention. The crowd goes wild, cheering. The man turns back to look at the platform before he finally leaves the crowd, seeing his father kneeling before the block, neck exposed. Whoa. But before the executioner strikes, he looks away, unable to watch. The crowd breaks into cheers and applause. He leans against the wall, regaining his composure, and straightens up. With resolve, he strides off, away from the crowd. Killed his executed father. Rudolfie Necatore. Katuri. See someone wearing immaculately polished leather boots and well-groomed feathered hat. Piece of parchment held in his fist, ink staining his fingers. Seems to know the other merchants in the market, stopping to engage some of them. He meets someone, gives them the letter, and he's very happy. Gives him gold coins in return. Tips his hat at her, winking, and trundles off with a new spring in his step. Seems very happy. Windmill? What's going on here? We know there's more grain in there, Trumbull. We won't settle for scraps while we grow fat on our crops. The first of you drunkards comes through that door, gets a shot between the eyes. Gods hear me, swainer. I'll put you down like a dog. Come away for now, lads. We'll be back, Trumbull. And we'll have fair prices, or by the flame, we'll have a reckoning. Storing food. grain stored in the windmill. It's like running out of food around here. Mr. Trumbull, an elven man stands before you in the windmill, his relatively stocky build suggesting a life of labour. His face is pale and drawn, and his eyes wide. Behind him, a younger man and woman exchange worried glances. He raises the club as you enter. It shakes violently in his grip. Get back if you value life. Hold on, I'm not here to hurt anyone. He lowers his club. Wait, I know you. You just came into town, right? Don't tell me Swainer already got his claws into you. Gods, that's all I need. I thought you could use some help. Those people out there seem pretty angry. Really? Hylia's tits. Could I use a friendly face? I took it you heard some part of what that crowd's asking for. Grain, as if I've got it all tucked away somewhere. Hylia's tits. Swainer's been egging that lot on for days now. They've been keeping clear so far, but if things keep on like they are, I don't know how much longer we've got before things get messy. Please, if you're not here on his behalf, maybe you could speak to Swainer. He won't listen to me anymore. Just explain that we're all getting smaller rations now. We're all making sacrifices. I'll go see what I can do. Miller all but sags with relief. I'd be grateful if you did. He won't listen to me anymore, but maybe you'll have better luck. Tell him we're all having a hard time of it, and we'll all have to make some sacrifices. We'll be in your debt for it if you can convince him.
Hail, traveler.
Eating all this stuff out really drying my throat out there. I have more questions. What's to explain, isn't it? It isn't very complicated. I can't pay top prices for blighted wheat, and I've barely got enough good grain to go around. Swainer's howling after things he has no right to. I'll have a talk with him. He won't listen to me anymore, but maybe you'll have better luck. Siaru. Making some grain though. This grain stinks. That's stealing. And the grain in there, of course. In her house. Their house. Ingrid. This man and woman appear to have been deep in conversation, working at closing two bulging satchels. They move to embrace until the woman notices your approach and pauses, her smile faltering a little.
Good day to you.
Can we help you? She looks for a companion, brows furrowing with confusion. Do you know this man, Nonton? Nonton coughs. Yes, I think we met in the Valenwood. I warned him about the bear. Oh, it's him. He inclines his head. Glad to see you've made it. Was there something else you wanted? You two are in good spirits with people who just lost a friend. That's unkind of you to say. I'm grieving my husband, in my fashion. I'm only sorry I could not convince him to leave the Gilded Vale before this happened. I'm relieved to be rid of this terrible place, that's all. It's cost me the greater part of my life, and now my husband, and I'm glad to be free of it. Whoa. Did he go to the woods with her husband because he's having an affair, then left his husband to die? The bear, oh my god. Make it look like he was just killed by the bear. Holy shit. You seem to be in a hurry. Yes, I imagine so, Ingrid laughs. We're packing for a trip, actually. I've been meaning to visit Defiance Bay, and she looks at Naunton. Well, in truth, I think I've had my fill of this town. Naunton reaches to take her hand. It's time for some new scenery, he says. Takes her hand, yeah. Oh, damn. Is there anything you can tell me about the Gilded Vale? Only that you'll want to be moving on as soon as you can. You'll have seen the tree, I imagine, but the rock goes deeper. If you were looking for work, I'd say you'd have a better chance of it elsewhere. We're headed for Defiance Bay ourselves. Well, you didn't just murder that dude, then. I'm allowed to take this stuff. No, not another book. I can't read books right now. I'm gonna read it myself and just I can't do this reading out loud. I'm sorry. I'm gonna read it quickly. I do want to read this though. History of the Deerwood. Explorers found it. AD Explorers found it. More and more explorers going back and forth. Setting up a base. Conflicts with the locals. And as usual. The Adirians learned they're called Glanfathans. The king of the Adirians was called the Feconian. Feconian? The first king. They built a base near a river in the western section of the woods. That eventually became the city of Deerford. Oh my god, started making the local Glanfathans into slaves and killing some of them as well. I just any that got annoyed at them, the explorers and colonists ruining their ruins. Great increase in tension. The Fecenian appointed earls as the colonies grew, and assigned them thanes. New Dunreed was the seat of power, sitting at the edge of the ocean. (2626). When was this? That's in the year 2602. About 2 decades later, 20 years later, farmers clearing land accidentally knocked down some structures. Pissed off the native population and started a war, the Broken Stone War. By the end, several thousand colonists were killed, hundreds of Glanfathans. Even though the war was technically over, the Glanfathans continued to attack settlers over the next 2 years. Killed an earl and 6 thanes. Unable to stop their attacks, the earls elected the Earl Edrang Hadrit to the position to master military tactics, tasked with dealing with the Glanfathans. Fought with him for several more years. Stalemate. And eventually in the year 2631, they signed a treaty with each other. People would leave the ruins alone, and the Glanfathans would stop their attacks if they'd leave the ruins alone. The nobility back in Adir, the original land, were angered and brought to a halt the supply of artifacts. Edrang, the military master, also tried to get rid of the practice of slavery, but was unsuccessful. The peace between the Deerwood and the Glanfathans is uneasy. They fought now and again, little fights, but never any major violence. Neither side wanted another war. "10 Years of Dawn." Written by a farmer, attended the leaves for 10 years. following in Saint Waidwin's footsteps, whoever that is, worshipping them. Iothus has not appeared, has not spoken to us in a long time. Iothus is a god. The god of light, redemption, hope and rebirth. Priests of Iothus. God of light. Saint Waidwin. Every day I practice the ritual of banishing the shadows. And every day I work in my fields in solitude. Feels lost. Iothus does not speak to him. It's a priest, it's a farmer who worships it. He's keeping his faith a secret from other people. The dear Woodens hate Iothus and his followers. Hate him and his followers for the war. Thinks they should blame the soldiers. Each day I'll continue on. Each day I will pray that the dawn stars visit me, just as they visited Saint Waidwin in his field of Aulus. I struggle to find the faith to believe in it all. And yet each morning the sun rises in the eastern sky, and each morning Iothus illuminates my simple plot of land, casting away the shadows of the unfaithful in his golden gaze. I thank thee, Iothus, for all the springs I've had, and all that will come. I'm in darkness, please bring me light. There's a god of light called Iothus. Reading up in the lore. Blacksmith. Ooh, what you got, buddy? Black hammer smithery. Oh, that's stealing. An account of Tuatanu's sails. The pigs are nearly empty. Tuatanu. This man is of impressive build, towering above the countertop. His skin is the dusky blue of the deeper oceans, and his thick arms boast corded muscle. Small ears frame a square-jawed face coated in smeared soot, narking black tattoos alike. Welcome, you're the first new face I've seen in quite some time. What can I do for you? What do you have here? Come to us at a strange time, I'm afraid. The stock's not what it used to be. But with fine weapons and armour to offer yet, all forged right here at the Black Hammer. What happened? We just don't have the supplies. We've been expecting the next delivery for near on a week now, and haven't seen a sign of it. Have to expect they were hit by bandits. They rode out east as calling with them, or my workers ran off with the wagon themselves maybe, to make some coin. Twatanu snorts, as if that lot would dare. Aloth, he's right about the bandits. The dire situations in villages like this and the exodus to the cities has created far too many opportunities for unscrupulous sorts. Twatanu scratches his jaw, thinking, if you happen to be headed that way, maybe you could keep an eye out for a supply wagon, or my shipment at least. They'd be cutting through the Black Meadow, I expect, and a good road for it. As it is, most of our weapons go to His Grace, Lord Raedric. Twatanu glances at the nearby guard, and that's that as it should be, but it doesn't leave much for outsiders. We just don't have the iron. Where was the wagon travelling from? They send the wagon up to New Hiomar with weapons, and it swings round through Logholm and the Light to purchase supplies. Shortest route back is through the Black Meadow and then north through the wilds. Twatanu shakes his head. Had a trader come through with word they'd made it to Logholm, but haven't heard a thing since. I'll find your supplies. Twatanu nods. Then you may have my thanks. You bring me those supplies back and I'll have plenty more to offer you. A discount to start. Oh, and if you find my workers, tell them to hurry it up, or they can take up farming instead.
How do you do?
Good to see you again. I'd like to see your wares. Got a few magical items. I thought this interface could be a little bit better. Quite basic, isn't it, right now? It's just a list. Maybe there's a mod for that. Look that up. Hard to compare items and things. UI mod. Let's look at the top mods again. I won't show this on stream because who knows what kind of things that might be. See, there's a UI mod high up somewhere. Huh, okay. Sort by downloads, this UI mod. Is the top mod. There is. Okay. We have many images, so confusing. sure. It seems like there's a lot of changes actually. This one, it's not just UI. Maybe I should just leave it. Wait for now.
Hail,
Hey.
traveler.
So what we got then? A lance, two-handed pike. Can't compare here. Vertical rod, ranged weapon. Should I go melee though? Like, actually, I kind of want to go like a melee wizard. And stiletto. Outworn buckler. And usable by paladin. Plus 5 to all defenses for all allies. Ah. Wings of deflection and protection. Nice. 5 damage reduction. Capable with withdrawal. Plus 15 defense when you're running away. Bronze horn figurine. Once per rest, summon an animat. An animat. Item that summons a creature. 20 seconds. Open grappling hook. We need that to climb up that place. It looks like there's a lot of things in this game where you need tools to open up things. Pry bar. Take that as well. Just take all those. Sure we have like at least one of each. Pry bar, open grappling hook. Definitely buy them. Harlan. His history. The man crouching surreptitious and alone. Surreptitious. What Ransom shrubs. Look, his eyes locked on a Delemgan. A bird with fantastic blue and orange plumage. Oh wait, sits on the Delemgan's shoulder. The bird squawks, notices him. She does not speak as he approaches her. He's enchanted by her song she's humming. Then something changes. She suddenly sees something hanging from his side, and she begins to hiss. Fingers suddenly claws and eyes black with hate. He has no time to reach for his axe or grimoire as she strikes. Just as soon as she strikes, she's gone. He's a shuddering wreck on the ground. He grabs his grimoire and begins to chant with the words, what? And he fails? What? All the words in the book are it's scrambled or something? What's going on? Did something to him? Is it a toy grimoire? Is he just a kid? Met some creature in the woods. He turns and shrugs. And someone else is approaching them. That's it. It's like he's saved by someone. The wagon's steel cooler. You see a group of adventurers surrounded by Zarips, kobolds. This man is with them, seemingly unconcerned by the battle. He's chanting. With every phrase of his chant, the battlefield changes. His allies glow with pulsing blue light. Fire erupts from the ground. Some of the Zarips explode. As 3 giant bugs cool from its corpse and attack the remaining enemies. What the hell? He's like, they're nothing to this guy. Continues to chant until there's one left. Swings his hammer and says the last word as soon as his hammer connects with the Zarip's head. And that's it. Like he buffs like a bard or something and just enjoying it too much though. Is that stealing? That's not stealing. Taking a book. Daily affirmations of focus and efficiency. All errors can be reforged into lessons. Learn something from your errors. No setback is insurmountable. It's loads of like motivational stuff. Work hard by working well. All ignorance can be reforged into knowledge. Teach your trade to others. Teach others. Respect others and like ways to live and motivational stuff. Cards. Sure, the weapons go to him. Shit. That's stealing, that's stealing. That's stealing. You find your caravan, buddy. I can see whether they explored that place or not on the map. Hugo. See a room full of plants. There's the vines. The man wanders through the plants, smiling at each and every one of them. He hums a low, cheery tune as he moves among the plants, occasionally stopping to sing a few words. Finally, he reaches the door, having visited every plant in the room, checking up on them. That's it. Okay. Farmer or something, what he does. Ronin. See a group of people standing around a wagon. Transfixed on a sword. This man holds the sword, but the people are it's like doing blade stunts and things, spinning it around and detaining other people. Tosses it into the air, spins, puts his arm behind his back to catch it. The crowd collapse excitedly. And a couple of them gasps as if they were about to see a tragedy. Entertainment. Okay, let's do these. Do this thing on them all. Fail. See a flag. Rising sun on a banner. The soldiers marching with the commander. Holds up his hand, holding his troops. Silence falls among them. There's a thunder. Then he orders them to ready their weapons and spread out. In the distance, dust and lightning rise from the ground as clouds race towards them overhead. Commander closes his eyes, calling a blessing down on his troops, buffing them up. And they're invigorated and feel invincible as they await the enemy who draws closer. Godlike. It's the basement. I'm going to go back to the town, the Valen Wood, kill the bear, explore that little ledge now. We've got some climbing rope. We just pull from the shop. Have we spoken to everyone? We've been to every shop. Road south. Wolfer's house, have we been up there? I'm gonna buy all those ingredients to make food. Food seems good.
Good day to you.
One perception plus one mechanics. This thing here. Store. Gonna take it all. Pie. Let's get back around here and do this on all these as well. Breathin. Fucking magistrate. Half of us starving, he doesn't lift a finger.
Hail and well met.
Don't know who you are, no much care. Keep walking. We're not here to chat with foreigners. Alof narrows his eyes. Careful. Looks like they're cut from the same cloth as those rowdies who attacked me. He winkles his nose. Smells like it too. Oh, so Trumbull says you've been threatening his family. Oh, I bet he has. All nobility, that Trumbull. 2 big strong kids, purest soul in all of Gilded Vale, the dwarf sneers. Cowards sending out messengers to handle his business. Oh, you can go and tell them we haven't had a solid meal in days on account of him. We can't afford a good drink on account of him. But we won't be bullied by some foreigner on account of him. If I buy you all around, I need resolve or might. 16? I've got might 16. Oh, still not rested. If I buy you all around, will you talk to me then? Swainer considers it briefly. He looks at the others. Fair enough. You bring us something to wet our throats, and might be I'll feel up to trading words. Beer.
Hello.
I bought you drinks. I just bought all the beer. Hey, so you have. By the flame, I never thought I'd be so happy for a mug of the Blackhound's shit beer. Gods, that's good. Alright then, you've got my attention. What is it you've got to say that's worth a round of drinks? Maybe you could tell me more about what's going on. It's like I said, the miller's in charge of the grain prices. He says they're fair, but I know for a fact that folks like Orphra pay half what we do, dwarf size. Maybe we're being a bit rough with him. What are we supposed to do? We can't keep paying. We're going to starve, and do you think Trumbull's going to be sorry about it when we do? Look, there's no sense in threatening the miller. You have him up against the wall. Maybe you could ask some of the other villagers for help. Sweena eyes you for a few long moments, drinking deep from his mug, then he sighs. You're right. Things go on like they are. We're just going to end up hanging from that tree out there. He looks to his comrades. Tell Trumbull we'll leave him be. Don't know what we'll do now, with the crops failing. Haven't got another trade to speak of. Think Pasca needs a hand around the inn. If you're not an ale, I don't have business with you. Selna. Woman emptying her bag onto her bed, full of potions, bandages, herbs. She begins to repack them, one item after another. Careful deliberation, undercut by shaking hands. The shaking hands worsen. She empties it out once more, unsatisfied with the packing. One hand held to her mouth, tears eke from the eyes as she gives up all semblance of order and shoves everything she can in the satchel, grabbing it and running out of the bare house. Straightening her back, she walks to the docks, chin high, eyes hard and red. A gangly young elf offers his condolences, but she can't see him for the ocean ahead of her. She wanders the docks, offering her services as a doctor to anyone who will listen, anyone heading out on the high tide. Less than an hour later, she watches her childhood disappear in the distance, a tiny speck of an island, and tries not to jump. Ran away quickly or something. Someone offered condolences. Strom. Someone die or something. She knew. She ran away from the place. You see a group of young men standing around a makeshift practice target. He's explaining the construction and use of a bow. Explain what each part of it does. And then shows how to fire the bow and arrow. Talks to them about proper stance, how to effectively hold a bow. Noise comes from the tree line. Turns, draws an arrow and lines up a shot. Fires one arrow and then he wastes no time quickly grabbing another. The boys are watching him. A deer erupts from the tree line, running across the edge of the clearing. Boys are laughing at the man, talking about his lousy shot. They stop talking. Because he looses another arrow, and the deer drops to the ground. He pierced its heart and lungs in one shot. Wow. The boys stare at the deer for a few seconds and then slowly turn to look at the man, newfound respect in their eyes. He smiles again and breathes a quiet sigh of relief. He fired the first arrow to get the deer to come out from the bush so they could see it. Damn. Let the deer started running a little bit. He managed to get it while it was running. They try and appear even more impressive with the second shot. Deathlock. Whoa. In a fight with some monster? One man flies through the air, hitting a nearby wall. The crunching sound. He doesn't get back up. The warrior shoves his fist into the stomach of another the monster shoves his fist into another warrior. Oh, they're fighting in a bar. Oh, it's just some people fighting in the bar. Okay. Having a brawl. The bar is a whirlwind of elbows, knees, fists and feet. Three smaller men talking about this guy, and they attack him from three different directions, but he beats them all up, knocks them all out really quickly. The burly man bows to a room of the unconscious and incapacitated before sauntering out, off-key whistle trailing behind him. Shame. This guy sees a boy in chains against a wall. black holes her eyes? Or is he soulless? A man in a dark coat walks in the room with a scroll and an oddly shaped quill. The man takes the quill and begins to write on the boy's chest, copying sharp, angular symbols from the scroll, drawing blood as it goes. The child doesn't flinch. Then he barks some arcane commands, making the symbols glow. The boy cries out, knees hitting the stone hard, his chest burning black and red. The glow disappears, leaving only hard black scars etched into his skin. The boy then slumps sideways, twitching, eyes facing the back of his skull. Like, gone unconscious, like he's unconscious again. The wizard grunts and kicks him on his leg on his way out, and the boy lies there on the floor until dawn, motionless again. His magical experiment went wrong. Where was he? Shane Shakespearean. He was the boy. What? Nickname is Shakes. That boy twitches. That boy we saw twitches. Going into convulsive shakes. He's not motionless at the end, he's just constantly twitching. Is he the boy? Scylla? God, so much. This woman walks slowly on the road, leading a horse. Sensing something wrong, but unable to discern what it is, she sniffs at the air. The air is clear, no clouds. Confusion clouding her face. She smells fire. Confusion turning to fear, she looks across the fields. She holds a hand up to block the sun from her eyes and scans the fields again. She jumps onto her horse's back, the fear becoming panic. She kicks, sending the horse shooting down the path, which bends around some trees to where the farmhouse should be. She pulls up, horror now is residence on her face as she stares at the burned and charred mess that used to be her family's home. Tears well in her eyes as she kicks again, racing towards the rubble. Oh my god, see her family house burnt down, family inside. Done here. Is that everything in there? Just check. Got another room here. No, it's just her room. I need to create some notes. Google Docs. Pillars of Eternity notes. New cell sheet, like places to revisit and things. Pillars of Eternity notes. We'll have places to revisit. Revisit. Location. There's Valen Wood. Ben Cave. Need tools to climb. We're in the Deerwood. Yeah, this is the Gilded Veil. Gilded Veil. Lockpick in Tavern upper level. I want to steal stuff though. Lockpick here. Time to make some notes. Go back to that den. Teach him a lesson. So many things here, books and people to talk to just in this first little town. I think we're done now though. Let's go up, up there, let's check up there. Mushrooms to collect. See what day it is, day 3. It's the year 2823 right now. The founding of the Deerwood was just like 200 years ago. Year 2602, 2606. So this whole region is only 200 years old. We've only been here for a while, short while. I'm not allowed to go down here as well apparently. I'm gonna go back and get the bear first. We've got a rope now. I think we're supposed to go there for the quest and down that temple. Oh yeah, we spoke to these. Okay. Let's go have a little chat with this bear. Try this again.
Yes.
Got a good buff spell now.
Yes?
It's like double our endurance and health. Well, massive boost to our endurance now. Back to Valewood. It's 8 hours. No time sensitive things, is there? Valewood. Climb up here now. Use the grappling hook we bought. You give the grappling hook a few swings for momentum and let fly, and the hook lodges easily behind a pile of stones at the upper edge of the wall. A few tugs on the rope suggest that it will stay put. Climb to the top. With the help of the rope, you make your way to the face of the wall and over the side. Fulvano's gloves, camping supplies, What are these? Pursuit of dexterity. Famous explorer Fulvano is a Valian. Wish to see the world. These gloves are said to have belonged to him. Do we need dexterity? What does dexterity do for us again? That's speed, isn't it, actually? If we attacks. Yeah. Dexterity for attack speed with all attacks and spells. Does that appear on a character? Doesn't look like it.
Hmm?
Not that as well. Right, bear. Time for revenge. I'm back. I got a buddy. And better spells. I'm high level now. Movement speed's a bit slow though. Increase that a little bit. I'm kinda like pre-buffing this game.
I'm here. Hi?
You do then. Cast confusion on them. You just do whatever you want.
Hmm?
I like it when my companions are like, I don't want to micromanage everyone in this game. Gonna just have a bit more fun with this one. Well, we'll see if that goes well. We'll do that immediately. Huge buff. Only use it when combat starts though. That's short range radius, so that's pretty good. Cast that after. Level 2 spells.
How may I help?
Hmm?
Okay, because we're fighting. There's confusion on them. Shit, I didn't get to do my buff spell. Yes, fuse him.
I'm here.
Oh, we did it twice, did we? Shit. Oops, waste. We didn't rest either. Oh shit. I never got that debuff from that Caro Golden Crash. Oh, I'm just wasted that. He cast. Shit. I'm knocked out still. What was that?
Be on Lavaru beyond seek.
Uses Sunless Grasp. Deal cold damage to one target.
Won't show 'em the wet feather yet.
Still failed. Damn it!
Yes.
Do that well. He aggroed him that spell.
I'm here.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
Have we set this? It has. And save.
Hmm? Lavaru. Beyond seek. Aspect and wrath.
Okay, time to do buffs, I guess. Why he's confused? He's not attacking us. Good to do that as well.
Lavaru beyond seek. Lavaru.
Guys! Killing wizard! One damage, come on! No! Come on!
Lavaru beyond seek.
Oh, come on, you bastard!
I'm here.
Bear cannot own two wizards. Come on.
Yes. Hmm?
Do this. You won't put them on
Yes.
autocast, just manually control them then. I don't want to. I'm just
Yes.
on auto, but I'll help. Do that as well. It's a lot of damage to me though. Confusion. Freeze damage. 13 to 22 for missile. 32 to 45. Both on attack. Wow, I can open up several times.
Lava. Lavaru beyond seek. Lavaru. Yes.
Yeah! We
Yes?
did it! Save.
Yes?
XP bar. Where is XP bar?
Of course.
Not much at all yet.
Indeed.
Is this... the fuck? I'm taking the chest first.
I'll see what I can find.
Funny thing. Mice crawl through eye sockets and over femurs. Now, sky spirit. Lost spirit. A figure drifts suspended in the musty air of the cavern. Its form and features blur and twist in cascading ripples of incandescence. You feel its energy eddying about your limbs, filling them with a heavy chill. Reach out. You reach out a hand for the spirit. In the moment of contact, you feel as if you've been struck by a blow. Head reeling as you tremble helplessly into a waiting darkness. Struck him from behind? Oh, yeah, he did kill him. Light blooms at the edges of your vision. You feel the sun at your back, the weight of a bow in your hand. You know suddenly that you have come a long way from the vale hunting deer. Now you are standing before a cavern, and the darkness extends far into its depths. Even so, your friend strides out before you, his red cloak flapping at his heels. You follow, heart hammering in your chest, as he leads you deeper into the cavern. There's a roar like thunder echoing around you. Fear seizes you, casts you stumbling back towards the exit, towards light and escape. You see a glint of steel, and there is a sudden, terrible flash of agony behind your knee. You scream, stumble, and fall. Your thoughts are chaos, lanced through with pain. The attack in his knee. And the spell. So he gets eaten by the bear and he can escape. In a moment of terrible clarity, you see your friend look back from the mouth of the cavern, his dagger daubed in crimson to match his cloak. Now he slit your knee. What? And there is a great dark shape above you, and then there is more pain. The vision recedes, and you are thrown back into yourself with seemingly resentful force. The corpse lies at your feet, and the spectre lingers. In the span of energy between you both, you feel a sense of questioning, of confusion, of anger. I met him on the road, your friend. A sudden languishing anger emanates from the spirit. Rage and grief seem to pour from the gleaming figure like smoke. I'll find him, spirit, and see that he answers for what he's done to you. For a moment the spirit seems to burn bright, and your head fills with a sickly triumph. The spirit seems to weaken with the force of his own exultation, growing fainter and fainter, until you're alone once more. Alof looks at you through narrowed eyes. Are you alright? You seemed lost just now. This happens a lot. We'll have to get used to it. He folds his arms. Well, that's good to know. But I don't suppose you could tell me what this was all about. I'm not really sure. It's just recently started happening. He raises an eyebrow. Indeed. At the risk of sounding patronizing, you should probably have that examined. He scratches his cheek. It's a shame that Lord Raderick's hanged half of the Gilded Veil. The Valen Dwarf might have known something about your condition. Let's continue on. Indeed, something very wrong with you. Two-handed greatsword? 15 to 21. Can I use swords in this game? I wonder. Oh my god, I can. Where? Up to 18. Attack is slower. Can I be a two-handed wizard? Giant sword. I'm gonna try it out. anything in his body. All the bones and there. Let's go back to find that guy then. Turn here, maybe we explore here. Mushroom. We camp
Yes?
there.
Hi?
Some spells up.
I'm here.
We'll camp and grab the rest of those supplies. We only have 2. Camping bonus. DR. Your sleep is restless and fevered, assaulted by hisses and whispers, blanketed with a suffocating anxiety. You open your eyes to awaken and find yourself in front of the Gilded Vale's gallows tree, the creaking of its ropes growing louder in your mind until the sound is deafening. Hanging from the tree is an old dwarf woman, whose face has shriveled inward like mouldering fruit. Her head hangs limply to one side. As you look at her, she looms larger and larger in your mind, until she is mere inches from your face. Suddenly her head snaps up, and her eyes open, and they are empty, and behind them is a vast nothingness that makes your stomach drop. Her mouth slowly parts, and with a gust of rancid air she speaks the word, "Watcher." You jolt awake, the foul smell of the dwarf woman's breath still permeating your nostrils. Sweat runs down your face in the thick droplets, and your skin is soaked from head to toe. You remember the woman. You remember seeing her decaying face when you spoke with the magistrate. He called her an animancer. Necromancer. Is that necromancer? Though it fills you with new and queasy apprehension, you feel a strange compulsion to see this woman once more, if only to confirm she is truly dead. Find
Yes?
this dwarf woman. Okay then, let's get out of here. Back to town. Talk to that guy. We'll get back there, we can. We be sneaking there? I don't think so.
Indeed. Yes?
Oh, she's glowing now. What the hell? Go do this other quest first. Try and do side quests first. Report back to Trumbull, who solved the issue, and confront Nonton about killing his buddy. Back to the windmill. We're so an anime hero now.
Yes?
Like white hair, elf, black armor, with a giant two-handed big weapon sword. We're just basically every anime hero ever, and then
Indeed.
Trumbull.
Good day, stranger.
I spoke to Swainer. Trumbull takes a deep breath. And what did he say? Convinced him to leave your family in peace. Why, that's great news. I wasn't sure you'd get through to him. They're out of their minds with drink half the time. I owe you a great debt here. He pulls a coin purse from his hip and pushes it towards you. Today's earnings to show my appreciation, and you can be sure I'll let everyone know that what you've done for me. I'm glad to help. Now we stand a chance of getting through the year. Trumbull smiles broadly. All thanks to you. Safe travels, friend. Oh, they all spit up and start moving around a bit. What else can help with? I'm glad you convinced them. Last thing we need is our grain stores burned down by a drunk. Thank you. You've given us a chance to turn things around. To her house, confront him. It's gonna be a fight.
Well met,
Mountain.
friend.
I know what really happened in that bear cave, Nonton. The colour drains from Nonton's face. I don't know what you mean. I told you the truth of it. Ingrid, are you accusing him of something? Ingrid looks to Nonton, touching his arm. This is about the accident. We're both grieving Pearlie's loss, but it was a wild animal's doing. Nonton shakes his head minutely. You see a tremble in his hands. What would make you suggest such a thing? I had a vision in the cave. I saw Pearlie's last moments as he lived them. I saw you cut him with the knife. That's not possible. Nonton stares at you. How could you possibly know? His hand falls to his sword belt. I left no sign. Nonton, wait! Ingrid raises a hand. I don't know what you saw in that cave, but this isn't what you think. Pearlie, my husband. He was as much a beast as that bear. I tried to leave the first time I suffered his temper, but he wouldn't have it. She looks away, expression pained. Nonton, we met, and I knew I'd found someone special, someone kind, who cared for me. Please, all we want is to leave this place, to start somewhere else. She looks down at the satchels. We've got some coin saved up. You could have it, if you'll only let us go. Could attack him. Kill him. Attack them both. Hand him over to the magistrate. The magistrate seems like he's out of his mind. He's just murdering anyone. He's certain to die. They're not going to get a trial. That'd be the right lawful thing to do. Still kills this guy though. Don't we want to let them go? They're gonna die. What kind of playthrough am I gonna do? I haven't even decided yet. Don't know, am I gonna be like good? Should I just try and keep as many people alive as I can? I feel like I want to let these people go, to be honest. I don't know whether it was true though. He was a bad person. Looks like he beat her, from what they say. She says. They killed him. What good would it do killing them? Take your money, get out of my sight. Yeah. Keep the money. You need to start your new life. They're just gonna die. He's just gonna kill them. He sounds like he's a bit crazy, this magistrate, from what I've heard so far. He's probably just gonna kill them. And he did beat her, something, to kill him. There's no like option to like punish them without keep the money, use it to start your new life. Ingrid blinks, surprised. Then, thank you. Truly, I'm glad you understand. Only, here, take this at least. I hope it brings you luck. She looks to Nonton, smiling. We have a long journey ahead of us. Ingrid, I wish you well on your own travels, stranger. We won't forget this. She gave me a ring of protection. Still? Oh, wow, awesome, okay. Nice, +5 to armor.
Yes?
I let them go. I need to decide like what kind of playthrough I'm gonna do. I like doing that chaotic good playthrough in Pathfinder. I think I'm just gonna do that again. Okay, check out this lady then. Are we allowed to go down here? Caldara di Baranzi, the squat, distended body of an elderly dwarf hangs. Woman dangles from a thin, crooked bow that sags at the tug of her noose. The bloated purple flesh of her neck, worn away in patches like moth-eaten linen, bulges over the rope that suspends her, and her lifeless head lolls forward rigidly from one side to the other when the breeze shifts. You perceive a faint glow around her that casts no light on its surroundings, but there is a tepid warmth to it. You feel that somehow you could reach out and touch it, not with your hands, but with some aspect of yourself that has no worldly dimension. Reach out for the woman. Take a deep breath, clearing your mind, focusing on your objective. As you exhale, you feel yourself spreading out toward the hanging woman, perceiving all that lies between you and her with new unfamiliar awareness. Once you have expanded enough to reach her, there's a sudden jolt to your mind, a ringing, electric surge of images and words and sounds. Involuntarily, you shut your eyes and feel yourself being pulled down to some deeper consciousness in a space occupied only by you and the hanging woman. And when you open them again, she's staring at you with eyes clouded in a milky fog, her body still swaying in a wind you no longer feel from a tree that stands planted in a misty void. The woman gives you a slow nod of her head, the robe creaking as she does so, and she smiles at you.
Have you
come-
come here for me, dear? Or have you gotten lost? Ah, it is both, I think. Yes?
How are you able to speak to me?
Is that what we're doing? Perhaps it just seems that way. Perhaps it is the easiest way for your mind to make sense of it. I think it is a very good choice.
Am I imagining this?
No, I think not. A pity that. It would be simpler. A mercy, then, to not have to wander anymore, no? Alas, we are here, you and I, wherever here may be.
I need to understand something that's happened to me. She nods, a look of pity on her face, as though consoling a child.
The world looks a little different than it used to, is that it? Feels like you're noticing things for the first time that have always been there. You have seen past the shroud. It only takes an instant. Your soul remembers, yes? Remembers how it sees when it leaves the body, like being reminded of a dream you had forgotten. You are a watcher now, and a watcher you will stay.
It's a watcher.
What indeed? Long hours have many animancers spent studying such things. Not I. Not I. I'll tell you what I know, though, since fair is fair. And here we are, visiting, you and I, and it reminds me of better times. Souls pass on. Some say through Audra stones, which are the blood veins of the world. They leave the world for a time and are reborn into it, sometimes more than they were before, but usually less and seldom the same. For all souls there is a time where they do not live, yet have not passed on, and those souls roam the world, same as you or I, either living or lost. But no one sees them because they have forgotten how. A watcher sees, though, knows what to look for. And sometimes they know a person just by looking at them, know where they've been in ages past when their bodies were other bodies. See memories even their owner can't recall. A wonder to behold when all goes well. A wonder.
Do you mean when all goes well?
Oh, nothing to be afraid of, I'm sure. It's just much to take in for some. Sometimes there's trouble sleeping or other difficulties.
She smiles at you reassuringly, fanning out a tuft of long whiskers that sprouts from one of her cheeks.
You should see old Merwald. He could tell you much more than I. A watcher just like you. Helped many in his day. Took up in an old keep no one would claim. Not far, not far. Kadnua, beyond the Black Meadow. He will welcome the company.
I think I survived a beerwick. Do you know why that would be?
Did you now, dear? My, that would be something, wouldn't it? Could be luck, could certainly be. A storm can be a careless thing. Or maybe it got its hands around your soul but couldn't pick it up. A soul can be heavy if it stayed in one piece through its time. Strong souls, we call them in the trade. Cold, I mean. Call them. Those days are all behind me now.
The soul stayed in one piece through its time. Did souls break apart over time? My soul is strong.
Oh, yes. Entropy. Rimagan's work. We know little of why or how. We lose pieces of ourselves when we die and pick up pieces of others when we are born again. But less than what we lost. We tried to stop it with the animantic sciences, but with little success. A very small few resist Rimergan's influence and stay together through some force of defiance, at least for a time. But they all succumb eventually, I think.
Want to know something about you?
Me? I'll bore you to tears, though.
Who are you?
And here I thought you'd come to visit me in particular. Caldara de Baranzi, of the Valian Royal Academy of Animantic Sciences. Not the greatest of their number, but I came here all the same because this was where help was needed.
What happened to you? She laughs, a rasping, choked cackle escaping between the rows of buttery yellow teeth, causing her body to bop up and down with each spasm. Seeing your blank expression, she catches herself.
Oh, come now. Such a question. As though the answer were plain as a rope tied for strangling. Allow an old dwarf her last bit of cheer. Well, I came where I was needed, didn't I? Offered my services to Lord Radric for a pittance. A humble pittance. I was to examine the Lord's wife. See why the gods have seen fit to poison her womb. Studied her for months. Looked high and low for impurities. Tested her valence, the permeability of her essence. Do you know what I found? Nothing at all. A healthy woman, head to toe, blessed with a beautiful soul. Such a sweet woman, too. Meek, but warm-hearted. A few months' time, and the lord of the house demanded answers. For a time, I told him what he wanted to hear. Oh, yes, my lord. She is riddled with imbalances. I must have time to cure her. As the birth drew near, he grew impatient, as lords do. And this is where I've ended up.
What's an animancer?
A student of the soul. Something so basic, yet so poorly understood. But so many breakthroughs have been made in my lifetime. Had been made. Had been. To hear the locals tell it, we're a gang of soul manglers that preys upon the weak-minded. And the worst of us are. But the best of us? The best? Inspirations. Miracle workers. My parents were soul twins. Miserable before they met, empty inside. It was an animancer who helped one find the other. Turned their lives around. You wouldn't believe the stories. Amnesiacs helped to remember their lives. The suicidal brought back from the brink of oblivion. The elderly afforded extra moments to say their goodbyes. How soon we forget when we're afraid. It's a fascinating science. A fascinating time to be alive in a place like Deerwood that does not control the research, no? I love the Valian Republics for many things, but their recent caution will leave them behind, I fear. Of course, dear.
Farewell, Caldera.
Goodbye, my dear. It was lovely visiting.
Caldera closes her eyes and her head slumps forward over the noose, and your surroundings seem to bleed into your vision from some unknown place of waiting. I gained the crucible of the soul. What?
I'm here.
New ability. Once progressed. Gain endurance from enemies. Error of effect that only affects enemies. Fire damage. They dealt fire damage and I gain that as endurance. Fast. Radius.
I'm here.
17 and a half. $17 and a half. Well, could be 18, depending on how you count the dwarf woman.
I'm sorry.
The dwarf woman. You were trying to figure out whether to count her as a full person. I think you oughta.
What are you talking about?
The people hanging from the tree. 18 of them. Well, last I counted, anyway.
Aloth frowns. Is that what you people do for fun around here?
Name's Adair. So do the people around here. Might as well be 19. Don't think I'd put you much higher than 22, 23 tops. You look like the sort that likes to get involved.
What makes you think I was interested in the dwarf woman? He looks at you a moment, his brow arched, his smirk broadens.
I was smoking over here, saw you staring at her. Twice I refilled my pipe. You never so much as blinked. Your mouth was so slack I took you for a radrick at first.
What's it to you? Do you know what a watcher is?
Careful, friend. Let's not use that word round here. There'll be any number of radrick bootlickers within earshot. Ciphers, animancers, watchers. Same thing in the eyes of folks around here, radrick especially. Come to these parts all the time with their cures, preying on the desperate. None of them are who they claim to be. Of course, seeing you with that funny look, I'd be halfway inclined to believe you were having some kind of communion with that dwarf. Either case, maybe I'm not 19 after all. No offense.
Think you're going to be
The
hanged?
town's had it in for me for a long time now. Only fella who ever stuck up for me, well, he's number 18 up there. My headman on the farm. Used to be my captain during the war.
War? Saints' War. Only one in my lifetime. Fellow decides he's the living incarnation of Eothas. Overthrows of the god Eothas. Overthrows Red Ceres. Marches on Deerwood. So we gave him a Deerwooden hello. Deerwooden hello.
Blew him up.
He smiles at this, but it is the smile of one recounting a joke for effect rather than enjoyment. Who's Eothas? God of rebirth and redemption. Formerly, anyhow. Maybe they call him something different from where you're from. Why was your headman hanged? Got involved. Redrick sent men down here the other day. Said they had it on good authority someone in town was working with Kolsk, plotting Redrick's overthrow. Said if he didn't come forward right then and there, they'd hang every one last of us. No one was coming forward. So Swithin, that's my headman, he steps up and says it's him. They took him at his word. Wow. He sighs and shakes his head, his eyes fixed on the tree. Bound to happen sooner or later. Not for plotting against Redrick, then for protecting me. Well, I'm gonna chat with this Who's Kolsk? Someone who got tired of all the hangings. He's on the run now. Probably will be till they catch him. Kolsk, wait. Someone was working with Kolsk. Plotting Raedric's overthrow. What does your town have against
Pick
you?
the wrong god. That's what it comes down to. Used to be a lot of Aethys worshippers in Gilded Vale. That mess of rocks over there, there was a temple to him, to give you some idea. Then one day, somebody named Widewind shows up on Deerwood's doorstep. Says he's the living flesh of Aethys. Got an army with him. Suddenly, Aethys isn't so popular in these parts. My brother Woden and me, neither of us believed it. No way was that Aethys. He enlisted, and I did too. But, he didn't make it back.
So you're a priest of Aethys.
After the war, people took to punishing Aethys worshippers, accusing them of treason. Got real ugly, especially after the legacy started. Folks needed someone to blame. I was safe because I fought, but then this rumor starts that my brother, that he was on the wrong side. And I wasn't so safe anymore. Until my headman stepped in and said they'd have to hang him to get to me. Seems that's no longer a concern. Of course, the townies don't do the hanging these days, but when Raedric's men come, they got no problem doing the pointing.
Aloth glances at you and lowers his voice. Can see why I was eager to leave. If you're next to be hanged, what are you still doing here? Drinking, mostly. Point of fact, I'm on my way out. Just haven't figured where I'm going yet. There's a whole lot of places out there that I don't think Waidwin's legacy started with Waidwin. We could travel together. Where are you headed? Some place called Caed Nua? There's an old watcher there who might be able to help me.
Seem to remember hearing something about that years ago. He tamed that place. People would seek him out for all kinds of things. Troubles of the soul, questions for the departed. Of course, that was back when you didn't have to say watcher with a hush on your breath. A man such as that, there'd be things I'd want to ask him. Don't know why I never thought of it before.
Something kindles in Ada's eyes, and the vigor of purpose finds its way into his voice.
Not sure how I feel about setting out with a stranger, and a strange one at that. But truth be told, you might be the only one in town who wouldn't feel some relief seeing me swing from that tree.
Scratches his beard absently with a calloused thumb. Aloth, there's a fine reason if I ever heard one.
Alright then. Guess I'll do some sightseeing. Long as you're not the one picking the sights.
Glances briefly at the tree. He tilts his head forward and gives you a pointed look. My new buddy, I'm liking
Yes?
his companions. Well, you got a lot of health and a bit more endurance.
Hey,
You a fighter? Level 3 fighter. Bit more health. Wow, I already got a lot of XP. I'm doing these main quest yellows.
hey,
What else you got? Knockdown, second wind, defender, some modal ability, active. Fighter adopts a more conservative combat strategy, concentrating on locking down enemies and stray too close. The fighter increases his or her number of engagement targets to 3, but at the expense of deflection. Wait, what? Plus 2 enemies engaged. What does that mean, engagement? Protect allies. Aggro more or something. Second chance. Once per rest. His armor. Saint's War armor. Grants second chance on unconsciousness. Whoa, he comes back. Revive with 30 endurance. Whoa. Ada wore this armor during his time in the Saints' War. Its dark color is unusual, as is its power. Though he admits that the armor has pulled him from the brink of death on several occasions, he claims that no one else has ever handled the armor. How it became enchanted is a mystery even to him. Yeah. Oh yeah, enchant stuff as well. I need to check this out. I can do it of intellect.
Yes?
Well, mister, new formation. Wait, edit. You're up there, and we're back here. I'll gear you up, mister. What's that? You got a shield. Saber. One-handed weapons in the shield. Could be a tank. 12 deflection. Got a better shield. We kind of sold everything already, I think. I don't think we... Magical items. Oh yeah, it's like... these are kind of like cosmetic stuff. Oof. They're just cosmetic. Oh my god. Red cape. Wait, what? Got a green cape. Priest's cape. Cape looks like it from rags there, buddy. Give me that. And that changes to his colour and style. Either so you though, maybe. And you got a hood. Any bonuses? I kind of like want to see their faces, to be honest. So. Fighting bonuses.
Yes?
Go down here. Not allowed apparently, but bye. Rising sun and the three dawn stars, the symbol of Iothas.
I haven't been in here for, must be 5, 6 years. Used to be real nice. Bright. Warm.
Please, help me here. Wharton, a man lies just resting against the wall, lit by the dim illumination of the fading sconces. He has a gaunt, fox-like aspect, and his face is pale and damp with sweat. One arm is held loosely against his side, sleeves soaked with blood. He gives you an anxious glance as you near, his features twisted with pain. Have a care if you mean to go in. He casts a quick look towards the doorway to his left. This place is not so empty as I thought. He angles a look up at Ida. Paying your respects, Yothasian. He manages a pained grin. Little risky, isn't it? Think what the townsfolk would say. Safer down here than up there. Even with the rats as big as they are. A faint edge of hostility bellies at Ada's playful tone. This temple isn't what it used to be. Probably for the best. Times being as they are, he groans and shifts position, wincing. I'm no looter, if that's what you're thinking. Not one of his types either. Werton jerks his chin towards Ida. Just wanted to do some good, I suppose. Got my arm clawed up for it. He regards you wearily. Maybe you'd have better luck. What happened to you? I was trying to avoid the spiders. Oh no. He breathed a quiet laugh. Ran into a scolder. Might have gotten a little better for me if the beast hadn't knocked the sword right out of my hand. Good blade too. Probably still lying there in the dust. But I'm not, so that's alright. It's not a bad wound, I think. It just hurts. Sounds painful. Think I'll head back up those steps. It's the end of this adventure. What are you doing down here? The man points a finger upwards. These ruins around us used to be a temple of Eothas. It's the scattered god. A grand temple at that. His worshippers would come from all over the Deerwood, from Red Serest even. Ida, not so much from Red Serest these days. Werton. Till the war, of course. Even then, you'd get some of the stubborn ones, the ones that couldn't get it through their heads that their god was dead and gone. Lord Rederick allowed them to worship. Lord Rederick would clear out the place from time to time, make arrests. It wasn't until the legacy that he started losing patience. He sent his guards in to put his priests to the sword, bring the place down, burn some of the books, and that was that. He looks away. Wow. Okay. What's this legacy? Ida, didn't the magistrate tell you? Deerwood's being punished for killing Eothas. Oh, or for not killing his followers too. Depending on which idiot you believe. In the case, you don't see too many children around here born right. They come out and they don't cry and they don't look at their mothers. Got no soul in them to give them a personality. They just breathe. Werton eyes Ida warily. As the man says, the thinking is it's Wadwin having a last laugh. Strikes me as a little petty even for a dead god. He smiles thinly, but Lord Rederick believes it, and that's all that matters. Are they even related though? I think the souls, the kids, probably related to these that guy, the old man we saw doing that ritual. And this guy who pretended to be a Eothas, is that just some other random guy? Not related. Go on then. Once the legacy started, Lord Rederick decided he'd been too lenient on the Eothasians. He had his people go in and put them to the sword. Left them down here buried under the rock. After that, Rederick ordered the temple sealed. It's been years like that, up until recently. Lord Rederick hopes that if we rededicate the temple to a living god, then we'll be forgiven, and the legacy will end, see? But until then, the temple is, as you see it, unguarded. That's where you come in. Werton licks his lips. Those priests, maybe they didn't have a lick of sense between them, but they still didn't deserve to go like that, chopped down in their god's house. Doesn't sit right with me. If you can get down there, find their remains, maybe we can finally give them a proper burial. Werton breathes out. No small task. There's coin in it for you, if you need motivating. A lost cautious expression softens. A pleasant surprise to see that someone around here has a shred of respect for the dead. Some questions first. Who are you anyway? Werton offers you a weak grin. Name's Werton. I've lived in Gilded Vale long enough to remember how grand it used to be. He shrugs and looks away. I used to help the temple sometimes, bring supplies, that's all. Won't Lord Redwig mind us staying around down here? I wouldn't go telling him about it, lingering in these places. It's no good for anyone. If you do this quick and quiet, and we can do right by those priests without raising a fuss. What's this legacy? Same thing. Any chance there's something down there worth a little more than some old bones? Burton looks around. Probably. The body's been through the place since it was sealed up. Well, apart from me, and I didn't touch anything. Any valuables in there, you get first crack at them. I only ask that you do this favour for me while you're at it. Why can't you do this yourself? Well, I tried. I only got a short ways in before I got over my head. I haven't raised a blade in a long time. Turns out it isn't something you can just pick up again. But you look like you can handle yourself. Want me to bring you some skeletons? I'd bury them where they are if I could. I know it's a little macabre, but if we don't get them out now, Redwig's liable to destroy whatever's left of them. I take it you aren't supposed to be in here. Werton laughs bleakly. Well, I'm meant to be in and out, nice and quick. Not hurting anyone. It's just Lord Redwig's forbidding anyone having anything to do with the scattered god. It'd be a little harder to explain to him than you. It's a good cause, though, isn't it? You could make some coin in the process. I'll find them. And by the flame, I owe you a good turn. But listen, the temple has been sealed off for so long, it's crawling with creatures. But if you get past them, the priests would have been down on the lower floor. They'll be there still if they're anywhere. Those priests had all kinds of secret chambers, switches in the walls, trick sconces, that kind of thing. Keep an eye out and take care down there. I would want to send someone else after you for your remains. I'll wait here by the stairs and keep a lookout. Maybe try to patch myself up some. First dungeon. I'll be right back. Can I even cast
Yes?
spells with my Grimoire not out? Yeah, I can. My magic damage skills with my... I do more damage there.
Hey,
Oh, he's got a bow and arrow too.
I'm here.
Talk to them as well.
Yes? I'm
Come
here.
in later. Do a bit of fighting.
I shall be discreet.
We do a proper stage, you know. Will-o-wisp. Immune to disease, grounded, hobbled, poison prone, sick and stuck. Or beheld. That's right too. What's that? Is that a dude as well? AI script, aggressive. Tinder. Let them do their own thing. I kind of want them. Don't want to micromanage this one as much. Just my own character.
How may I
Shit, there's a bunch of them.
help?
Oh God. I'll be knocked down.
hey.
They're immune to mind spells. We don't know anything about them yet. But as you fight them, you learn more, I think. Is that right? I think.
Lava will be on seek. Lava will be on seek.
He uses his ability already. And he used second wine. Oh, he gains 50, he does. He's got those points in that thing. Nice. Nice. Good peeps. Adra. An organic material crystalline in structure but shell-like in substance. Adra can be found growing up through the ground in veins in many parts of Aura. Soul gems. Where was a ghost? I saw again. This parchment is worn and tattered, and the ink upon it is faded. In this time of hardship,
Hey,
must have just as much faith in ourselves.
I'm here.
Some words missing. Oh Jesus.
How many?
Oh Jesus, there's loads. Magical spiders? Kind of animals. They are affected by confusion.
Got to get free.
What are they webs on us? No. Oh no, they poisoned him as well, sickened and stuck.
Yes.
Immune to confusion.
Yes. Lavaru beyond sea. Lavaru beyond sea.
Spider venom sac. The red-brown smears flake away into the toe of your foot. This spirit, the nearby crystals light the cracked mosaic floor in shades of orange. At certain angles, a metallic symbol beneath your feet gleams gold. As you look on, the air shimmers as if with summer heat. The very dust and air seem to pull together until a thin, glowing mist appears before you. In its rippling gleam, you sometimes think you can see the shape of a man, features rendered in broad strokes of air and smoke. Is anyone else seeing this? Your voice sparks movement. The spirit surges with a sudden blazing light, and in the next moment you are somewhere else, your mind assailed with a sudden wave of fear and noise. You're in the chapter hall. Priests and faithful have gathered in a great crowd, spilling into the hall. Bodies press against you, surging forward to listen. Your own grief is mirrored in the faces around you. Some of the initiates are weeping. Someone has snuffed the candles and the room is dark, save for the podium lit from behind. Two people stand before it, lit in silhouette. A man is shouting, voice so ragged with fear you cannot understand what he says, but the rectrix stands calm and moved. Her strength will see you all through these dark times. You feel that hope like a spark behind your ribs. Somewhere behind you, someone begins to sing. The spirit tears itself from you with sudden dizzying force, and you find yourself back before the ruined altar, swaying. The spirit fades as suddenly as it appeared.
I'm here.
I'm here. Faces this statue has had most of its features struck off, along with portions of its hands. It's a king. Is Eothas. Zeothas. Scolder? What the fuck are you? Like a rat man. We fought you before. You should try and knock him down. Not using your...
Hey.
Is there like health potions then? I haven't found a health potion yet. Monsters of the Deadfire Archipelago. The archipelago winds its way between the Great Eastern Ocean and the Restless Ocean. Hundreds of small islands in the midst of the water. Few dare brave its treacherous rapids, and fewer still have returned to tell tale of their adventures through it. Travel between the two oceans is virtually impossible. Great storms hammer any ships foolhardy enough to attempt to navigate, and this alone should be enough to deter anyone from attempting the voyage, as untold ships have gone down, tossed against the rocks. The weather and treacherous rocks are only a precursor to the actual horror of the archipelago. The terrors of the deep. No one knows how many creatures stalk the oceans, waiting for unsuspecting sailors to drift into their waters, but we do know of some. Oh my god, apparently there are Krakens in this game or something? Oh my god. Barbed Ravages. A giant shark that's known to ram passing vessels, trying to knock sailors off the deck and smash a hole in the hull. It has tremendous spines protruding from its side and back that are presumed to be poisonous. The largest sighted barbed ravager with survivors was estimated to be almost 30 feet long. Winding Serpent. Smaller around than the Ravager, but potentially longer. The Winding Serpent attacks in small packs, usually 3 to 8. They have a long, sharp head, somewhat reminiscent of a barracuda. Like the Ravager, they repeatedly slam into the side of a ship, hoping to crack a hole in it or knock someone from the deck. They have also been known to swim to the depths and shoot up out of the ocean, landing on the deck, coiling and winding their way around, snapping up any crew they can before plunging back into the ocean. Leviathan. Imagine the largest whale you've ever seen. The Leviathan is at least 10 times that size. By the time a ship sees a Leviathan, it's already too late. As they rise from the depths, the water around them begins to spin and sink, creating a whirlpool. The Leviathan's body surrounds the hapless vessel, preventing escape, and as it goes down, the enormous mouth opens, pulling all aboard to their watery depths. Is that the Kraken? Oh my god. Pulpovir. All the creatures you've read about in this book are nothing compared to the Pulpovir. Barely the size of a man, they lack in size and strength, they make up for in numbers and terrifying viciousness. Their lower halves are a mass of tentacles, like an octopus or squid, but more numerous. The tentacles are long, black whips with suction cups on the underside and small thorny barbs on the top. The sheer number of tentacles gives them frightening speed when walking on land, pulling themselves forward almost as fast as a running horse. What? While they vaguely resemble a human from the waist up, any extended examination proves how wrong that assumption is. Long, stringy black hair falls from the top of their heads to cover a face taken directly from a nightmare. A wide, gaping mouth cuts across the bottom of its head from ear to ear, full of wicked dagger-like teeth. Two large round eyes are sunken into its head, black as coal, shining with a malevolent fire. A small antenna protrudes from the middle of its forehead, ending in a small nodule that can glow with an eerie blue light. Kind of like an anglerfish. Oh my god. Like the face of an anglerfish as well. One can imagine a sailor on the deck of his ship at night, looking out across the black water, blood freezing as countless lights appear beneath the surface, rising toward him as the pulpavir swarm upward. Oh my god. Because they seem to be more octopus than man, they can collapse in on themselves, fitting into spaces no person should be able to. The smallest crack in the hull, the slightest separation between boards, offers them an entrance. It is not unknown for them to slaughter an entire crew from hold up to deck by infiltrating the ship from underneath. Fortunately, they do not seem to have spread too far outside the archipelago, but there may come a day when pulpavir attacks become commonplace. Well, that's nightmarish. So they can just get to you no matter where you are.
Hmm?
And they're really super fast.
Hey. Hmm?
Dunwood Row. The origins of and practices of Dunwood Row are difficult to nail down. When asked, everyone seems to know how Dunwood Row started and how long it's been in operation. Yet every person asked gives a different account of its creation and a different date. The only thing everyone can agree on is what it seems to have been around. Is that it seems to have been around as long as anyone can remember. Without fail, everyone recalls hearing about the exploits of Dunwood Row when they were children. Aside from the organization being comprised of special investigators, most of whom seem to be ciphers, and the fact that they seem to have their hands in everything, yet never admit to it. Anything reported about Dunwood Row walks the line between truth and outright hearsay. Information abounds, but no one can say which fragments are truth and which are fiction. I will provide all I have uncovered and leave it to the readers to decide for themselves, as all of it feels both plausible and unbelievable at turns. The group is supposedly named after the street where its headquarters are located, in a building called Hadrit House. It's said in some circles that it is just a name that they want people to think they're known by. Their real headquarters, people whisper, is elsewhere. Why would they do it? Why would they do this? It's simple. It's far easier for them to infiltrate, to hide, to carry on behind the scenes. If everyone is concentrating on Dunwood Row, divert attention where you want people to look, and you can act behind their backs with impunity. People who have had interactions with agents from Dunwood Row invariably describe them as unmemorable. No detail as to their appearance, behaviour, or anything, beyond the fact that they were there, seems to stick with anyone. Are they truly nondescript, or do their ciphers use their powers to remain anonymous? As with so many questions regarding Dunwood Row, no one seems to know. While no specific details about the agents are ever reported, one fact that all people agree with is that they seem primarily to be Orlans and Glanfethan elves. The theories as to why this may be are many and conflicting. Their presumed headquarters is supposedly run by Lady Edibis Webb, and no one seems to be able to pinpoint the time of her arrival. The author was unable to locate a single person familiar with Dunwood Row who could remember a time when she wasn't around. Many things are hinted at behind closed doors about Lady Webb, but few are willing to elaborate, for it is rumoured that although she has not left Hadrit House since anyone can remember, she is a cipher of tremendous power, and that she can read the thoughts of the entire city at will. Theories abound regarding her age, her reasons for what would seem to be a lifetime of seclusion, and even her secret control over all of Defiance Bay, if not Deerwood itself. But as with all other matters regarding the organization, no one seems to be able to say anything for sure. This secret mysterious organization.
Yes? Even.
That hell of stuff around here. Jesus, there's so much else left.
Indeed. Yes?
To His Grace, I write to implore the rest of this letter is crossed out in several pieces, and then abandoned altogether.
I shall.
Fine one-handed sword. Magical. Get away. Pretty good for him. To 21. It's 20% down, it was 15. Is that one of the enchantments? Fine. Quality fine. It's for accuracy, 50% damage. Well, his saber does plus 20% damage, it's not even enchanted. I'll make it fine as well. Wow, I can like keep upgrading stuff. That's pretty cool. Maybe I should not upgrade these weapons, but wait until I find a good magical weapon I like. And then start upgrading that. ADA Customs. We're gonna be reading our books again. Get ready. Stay a while and listen. Adia is a country rich with custom, and they are known for their strict adherence to them. Their customs run the gamut from grand celebrations, like the Feast of Feasts, to mundane superstitions, such as ways to avoid Zveth addiction. This volume will focus primarily on bigger celebrations, as no one knows how to throw an extravagant party quite like an Aediran. The Feast of Feasts. The biggest and most important of all Aediran customs is the Feast of Feasts. This week-long celebration happens the first week of Fonestu, in deep summer, and is dedicated to honouring the life of the first Fecenion, the first king of Aedir. Each day of the week is devoted to some aspect of Fecenion's life, and there are very specific dishes to be served at each meal. The Feast of Feasts originally began as a festival celebrating the birth of Fecenion's first son, and soon became a yearly occurrence during the week of his birthday. Currently, Aedirans simply use it as an excuse for a party and pull out all the stops in an effort to outdo the previous year. And lest you wonder, as I did, which Fecenion is honoured during the Feast of Feasts, it's always the current Fecenion, the current king. For each Fecenion is the first and only Fecenion. Sweet treat. This is a special custom that arose at some point during the Feast of Feasts. Sweet treat started as a way to keep children occupied so the parents could dine in peace. While it is still used for that today, significance has been added to it. Each treat is placed in a container, usually small metal boxes, and hidden somewhere on the property. After everything has been hidden, the children are sent out to find the treasures. It is said now that the hidden treats represent Glanfathan artifacts, and the children are the explorers, bringing the riches back to their new and rightful owners. Wow. That's messed up. To their new and rightful owners. Deers invade Glanfathan and steal their relics. Carnival of the Mask. When the original colonists for Aedir travelled to the new land to found the Deerwood in the name of the Aediran Fecenion, they encountered the Glanfathan people. Carnival of the Mask celebrates this greeting. Originally, it was merely a formal reenactment as a play of the tensions between the Glenfathans and Aderian settlers, but it has since evolved into much more than that. Participants choose sides and come dressed in elaborate outfits depicting which group they have decided to align themselves with, Aderians or Glenfathans. Everyone attends a masquerade ball, and this party replaces any semblance of the play that was presented. Winter's End. Winter's End was never anything more than an excuse for a celebration, and it hasn't changed in all the years it has existed in Adir. It takes place during winter dusk and lasts all 3 days. People use the time to reflect on the year, celebrate their lives, and remember the dead, especially those who have passed in the recent year. Prayer scrolls are coated in a thick layer of grime and dust. Ooh, lockpicking. Can you do lockpicking? Wait, what's this?
Hey,
What's your skills? You got 2 in 5 in athletics. No mechanics. 2 survival. Need a rogue, man. ASAP.
I'm here. It's done.
Found a crappy hammer. Okay. The Book of Verses. This small volume of verses in Psalms. Wait, how do you pronounce that again? Somewhat battered, suggesting it's used to be carried on someone's person. The pages are dog-eared and worn, and the gold threads which form the title of the book begin to fray. The book tends to open to a particular section where someone has marked a verse with a small blotch of ink. Ignung, the bright star, spoke, and her voice was like a clarion cry, calling his soul forth. He knew her for the right hand of the shining god, and was afraid. Ednun is the right hand of Eothas. O wanderer, hear me, she spoke. You are known to us, and your deeds put you far from salvation. And he wept, for he knew that his sins lay bare before this great illumination. Then Sargamis spoke, and his voice swept forth with the heat and force of the bright day's sun. Sargamis. Weep not, for the child of light has forgiveness even for you, if you will embrace him. Armki knelt before them, then resolved to save himself, and asked what he must do. And Modigund spoke. Modigund? Her voice was like the songbird's final hymn, bidding farewell to the day's light. What darkness lies within you, you must cast into his light. Your sins will be burned from you until you are newly reformed, reborn into his keeping. And so spoke Modigun, but Idnung warned him, saying, You have walked all these years into darkness, and must now return. You will find the path like treading fire, and at every step you will be tempted to turn away, but no harm will come to you if you keep your faith. These are like Eothas' disciples, like right hands of other gods, maybe? The Great Western Stag. One day Eothas, the god of light, was sitting on a wall watching a cat play in the sun. A crystal hung in a nearby tree had fragmented a sunbeam and scattered small notes of light on the ground. They danced around the cat, sliding over him as he frantically battered at them. He spun in place, following one as he rushed past him, and leaped on it, trying to pin it down. Eothas smiled, amused at the animal's tenacity. The cat landed on a spot, placing its paws over it only to watch it flit away again. Eothas watched the cat's tail twitch and slap at the ground, annoyed that his prey could not be pinned. Why must you tease him? A voice said from behind him, accompanied by the crunch of sandals on gravel. I merely bring the dawn, Eothas responded. I don't stoke the hunter's heart. That's your responsibility, isn't it? true, said a second voice, but neither do you quell it. If the hunter could not see his prey, would he still hunt? So philosophical, Hylia. Hylia, the god of hunting? Yothus said, and turned to greet the two gods that approached him. Have you come to debate the parallel between sight and desire? He gestured to the wall, inviting Hylia and Galawain to join him. He sat in silence, watching the cat who continued to hunt the sun, fruitlessly swatting at another mote and then rolling onto his back. I have created the ultimate prey, Yothus said finally, breaking the silence. It can be tracked, it can be followed, it can't be seen. It can be seen, but it can never be caught. Galawain laughed lightly. You don't agree, Galawain? Yothus asked. While it's true that your creation is elusive, it hardly can be considered the ultimate prey because it can never be caught. He paused, his brow furrowed in thought. If that mote of light had substance, the hunter could subdue it. Otherwise it's merely a dream, truly a fruitless endeavour. All creatures spend their lives chasing fruitless endeavours, said Hylia. It is the way of mortality. Galawain laughed again. I could create a creature, a living creature of flesh and blood that could never be caught. I make your dream a reality. Now it was Yothus' turn to laugh. You propose turning a fruitless dream into a fruitless reality. How is this any better? A life spent in the pursuit of an attainable goal far exceeds any other. But you just said no one could catch this creature. This is not attainable. Galawain smiled. Humanity has surprised us before. Indeed, it could surprise us again. I will create a great white stag, and I will set it free in the world. It will have grace, resilience, and tenacity. It will exist solely to be pursued for all its days, and it will never be caught. It will serve to inspire the hunt for generations to come. All those who wish for glory will invoke my name, and all those who hear its story will ask for my blessing in finding it. Hylia shook her head and threw Galawain a bemused look. I do not believe this is possible. So I, too, make an offer. For the person who catches this stag, they will catch the stag. And they will catch the stag. I will bestow upon them its grace, resilience, and tenacity. Thrice blessed they will be. They will ask for my blessing on the hunt so they can obtain my boon. Galawain and Hylia took up arguing whose name would be invoked more when the hunt was on. Yothus sighed, a small smile playing at the edges of his mouth. He stood and looked to the sky. The sun had already started to hide itself behind the mountains. The cat, long ago tired of stalking the moats, had fallen asleep beneath the tree. He turned and looked at the other gods deep in debate and sighed again. I merely bring the dawn, he repeated as he made his way down the path. It's up to you to see what I reveal. Created the white story of the creation of the white stag. Can never be caught. I love reading all this lore about these gods, learning about the different gods in the games. Oh, another one of these. There's one. Oh, buddy, we're blocking the door. Okay, well, I guess. Oh, we're doing it now.
Of course.
I have to go back up before we fight again.
Hi?
Yes?
I have to rest. Vermin have scoured these plates, though mold still grows in green-black algae. Green-black clumps across the table. Ooh. Just one again. Whoa. Was a high lockpick level. Well, maybe later. Oh, trap trick. Oh. That's the first trap in the game.
Yes?
You won't detect it. Oh, a stealth detector.
Yes?
Be a rogue.
Hey,
You can take a hit, can't you? How much that? Whoa! How much damage did it do? 141. Wait.
hi.
Save. You do it. You got 183 health.
I feel...
Oh! It's like you. Critical hits him for 207 damage. Ooh. He gets back up though, but he's like. That's always health and endurance. He's gonna get one shot in the next fight. So let's come back to that.
Hmm?
Oh god. Staff. Oh my god. Scold the king. You ready, guys? Confusion spell. Aha. Oh shit. And then health left. Ready. That's good. Confuse them. Let's spell.
Hmm?
Rest after this, I think.
Hmm?
That's not very helpful.
Oh. Knock me out.
It's not very helpful.
You knock him down.
No!
Oh, she shouts his name. Oh, what? Holy shit. Wow, so cool. One companion shouts PA lines. He shouts names other companion like he did no. That is so awesome. Wow. She say the name. Oh wait, what? What? Was that quick save? Why? Oh, auto saves show up before quick saves. What the fuck? Why does the latest one show up first?
I'm here.
What the fuck? That's kind of weird.
Hey,
How may I help?
Yes.
Guys, when I do this,
Yes?
you gotta do this, guys. No rest after this.
hey.
You have like no health left. So I need to
I'm
eat
here.
food. I'm not eating food. I do chill fog. I got one thing left. I'm gonna use the stuff there. I do that twice. I do it twice.
Hey,
Put traps down.
I?
hey.
Hold them at the door. Oh god, oh god. Okay, never mind. Oh shit, I'm not even supposed. Confusion. I want to attack him. He's attacking me. On.
Worse than
Where's he going? Buff now. Ooh. Knock him down.
That's not very helpful.
Yes, come on. Why don't you do that with my And again, yeah! Beat him up, yeah! What was that? What was a dude? What? All your ears. They're very valuable.
Indeed.
The ears are always really valuable. A haze fills the air, coalescing steadily into a blur of dust and mist. It gathers into the outline of what appears to be a dwarf, a shimmering echo that fades in and out of sight. But stronger than sight is the sense within you of a powerful energy. It roils and seethes with a grief that seems to spill into your own thoughts, tainting them until the sorrow is your own. Like a crashing wave, the energy surges towards and into you, and suddenly you are elsewhere. Before you is a brightly lit stone corridor, lined with torches and gleaming crystals. You're running, your footsteps echoing off the stone around you. You forget to tie your sandals and they're slipping from your feet, fouling your steps. You're late again. The rite's going to begin without you. You hear the tolling of the bell. Your spirits lift as you recognize the familiar warped tone of the right hand, representing the first of the dawn stars to appear in the night sky, and last to fade in the dawn of light. You pray fiercely that this is the first of the chimes and not the last. The lights fade as does the memory, and when your eyes clear, the spirit is gone. He's late. You worship. Powerful odor of spices rises from these dishes, vibrant dyes and grains. You in there? Should probably rest now. None on him.
I'm here.
These foods.
Hmm?
Gotta eat our foods. You crash after a while though. Never craft any food anyway. Crafting food. More endurance and constitution. Well, with chicken and the vegetables. It's tanky stuff. Endurance and constitution. With damage stuff. Potions. Potion of Iron Skin. There's 8 damage reduction until hit or critically hit till the end of combat. Wow. I've not got that spell. I didn't learn that spell. I didn't think I could learn that spell. Scrolls. Beauty to frightened. Oh. Oh no. Here we go, mind spells. Always the worst. There's enchanting. We'll find a good weapon first before we do that. Can I enchant my grimoire? No. I hope I can have a sword. I'm a wizard this game. Cool. This
I'll
city
see what I
might
can
be
find.
secrets, but any of us got like, any perception? I'm gonna find anything. These collapsed stones are pocked with burrows and narrow crevices, claw marks and dung mark the passage of beasts. Where else we can go? This room. No.
Lavaru, be on seek!
But unnecessary. Anybody? Initiate's note. This parchment is relatively intact, but the ink upon it has faded. You can make out a few patches of careful, tidy script. Visitors to the ritual floor, Rectory Sabrika says, redemption for even these forgot and struck the largest spell first rather than second. The rest is illegible. I think supply's nice. Why do you immediately go to use that good spell on a shitty spider?
Yes.
What is that stuff? Water tap. Are you poisoned? Oh. 1.7 seconds. Okay. So there's no like you can take antidotes or anything. It just goes away after a while.
Oh,
You know that spider. I guess God is wizards. More loud against these spiders, I don't like them.
how may I help?
No. Use it on him, yeah.
Lavaru, be on seek! Lavaru, be on seek!
Fine. Do I get debuff if I keep getting knocked down? I get hurt, like bruised ribs. Oh. How do I fix that? By not getting beaten up and being stupid? Not being a weakling? Do I fix it?
I'm here.
Let's just reload. Till I figure out fix that.
Yes?
Oh, here we go, man. Let's kill you.
Lava!
Gotta make sure to do this time. Frenzy. As combat starts, I do rage. So I'm an angry wizard.
I'm here.
Lavaru, be on seek!
You got knocked out.
Hmm?
Unconscious again.
Yes?
Hey.
Attack! Attack!
Webbed. Very inconvenient.
Navaru, be on seat!
Letter home? Mother, I've asked Brother Edric to carry this letter to you, for he travels to New Hilmer come morning. With him gone, with him goes what coin I have, and I hope it will ease the surprise of an unexpected homecoming. I mean to follow in a few days' time. Our village is much changed, and though I do not wish for you to worry, I do not feel it is safe to remain. I know Rectrix of Bricker will not approve, but the letter trails off here. Was this when they were attacked? Wow. Riding home, go return and leave. And they were attacked. Whoever sat here left in a hurry. Ink has dripped across the scroll, obscuring its contents. The pile of furniture is branded with scorch marks. Burnt the place down. Damn. And gems. Is that everywhere? Go ring that bell thing then. Yes. Go in here. Go in here. For that first spirit. Save. 3 bells hang from the stone protrusion that runs along this wall. Years of dust and grime coat the metal. There's one large bell at the centre, flanked by 2 smaller ones. Examine the bells. The bells appear to be fully intact. They are made of a thick iron and look very heavy. There doesn't appear to be much out of the ordinary about them. The letters we just read, was there a clue in there? Redemption for even these. Gotten. With these. Something forgot and struck the largest bell first rather than the second. Struck the largest bell first rather than the second bell. That is the second bell. He forgot to strike the largest bell first. Wait. What's gonna happen if I do this wrong? We're all gonna die a miserable, painful death. Initiate's note. Visitors. Redemption for even these. Forgot and struck the largest bell first rather than second. The second is the largest. Strange. Is there anything? Did we pick up any other notes? Is there another note? Another clue? Letter home? Maybe in that trapped, that chest thing.
Yes?
We don't have enough lockpick skill. We don't have enough to get this chest either. We need a rogue.
Let's keep quiet.
Take the trap. Take the trap. Take the trap, guys. You find it. Everywhere. Oh god. Heave at the bell, and as it swings back in the other direction, the clapper strikes a low, powerful note against the heavy iron. You feel the ringing in your chest as the sound moves through the ruined halls in a rolling tide. Ring the left smaller bell. Bell tolls a high, piercing note of startling power. The tone echoes merrily through the halls until it seems that a dozen chirping notes ring through the temple. Left. Middle. Left. The bell's merry tolling sounds once more through the ruins. A strange hush falls upon the room, muting the sound of the other bells and the eternal drip of damp stone alike. And then a sudden dissonant toll sounds from the bells, so loud and piercing that you are compelled to cover your ears. And at last silence once more. That was wrong, so we've got to do 4. Do left first. Left. 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 Right. Bell sounds a strange warbling peal that grows to a painful shrillness before it diminishes to a mournful chime. Different. There's a quiet melodic chime from all 3 bells before their discordant voices meet in one powerful rising rush of sound. Seems to fill the whole of the temple, a driving flood of song that drowns all other thought. As the tolling fades, you hear a creak from the direction of the doors as the passage to the lower level swings open. Yeah, because I knew what I was doing. Yes, I'm smart. God, yeah. Knew what I was doing there.
Strange looking back. All the time I spent here growing up. Never seeing what was coming.
Saw some shadows. You can do it. There you go. 50-60 damage to you.
I'm here.
Hey.
Immune to ground. Stuck. You can knock him down. See, he's immune to prone. Oh, we did. We did.
I'm here.
We died. What? Teleports? Oh shit, that's not good. Knock a ghost down.
Hey.
shall.
Okay. And there's also down, it's good. Two, stuff out. Three, let's get a good spell out. You confusion them, that'll work. And ghosts. Undead, mine spells only work on dead in most games. Does it work in this game? It does. Well, magic is magic. Shit, shoot. Bust him.
I'm here.
Hi?
Right, buddy? You're fine, we're fine.
Hi? I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Find S-stock. Two-handed S-stock.
I'm here.
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
In the rogue immediately. shit, what? Betrayed! Phantoms as well. Please. Oh no, don't do that. No, you're not allowed to do that! Oh Jesus, what are you doing?
Starting to miss my neighbors.
See?
I'm here.
Oh, I did the autosave again. Why is the autosave at the top? No, I don't take it now. Where's the quick save? Why? That's dumb. Most recent save is now at the top.
I'm here.
Well, those phantoms pack a punch, a bit more than the shadows. Let's come back to that bit.
I want to see what I.
Okay, I'm gonna open up that door. Let me do that. Oh my god. Oh wow. Opportunity. Teleport and then you get attack of opportunity. Oh my god. Fourth one. Jeez. Oops. Wizard.
I'm here.
Hey,
Oh, he wants to be gets back up a little bit. His ability one more time. God, you're attacking an enemy who has a lot more armor than your hit chance. Oh, well, good, thanks. Try to raise your party's accuracy hit chance. What? Get him! Get him! No! Oh my gosh! Just get him! Come on, wizard! Oh! Wizard.
Yes?
Oh jeez, what? We don't, Can do that, come on. There's a bunch of shadows in this one. This area is hard, let's go. I like pre-buff. Oh my god, 4 more in this room. We need more people in a party. Get 3 more. Oh my god, it's 5. Oh my god, stay back to go after you first. Oh shit. Call him at the door maybe. No, don't do that.
perfect worth and rock.
Take me down.
Aye?
Confused. Buff up while we're here. While they're confused a little. Attack the next one. Okay, the bigger one down. Yeah, guys, get it. Yeah. Got to rest now.
Yes?
See you guys. Minor regeneration potion. Oh, there's like endurance potions. There isn't like a. Is there a health regen potion though? Thosian prayer. And the sun shall break through the darkness, the new dawn arriving with the rebirth of the day. Rejoice, all ye who dwelleth in the shadow, who are broken and beaten. The winter soon comes to an end. Spring shall rise, bringing light and life to the world. Radiant light, radiant life, and thy soul shall find warmth in his arms. All creatures bask in his glory. The rays of his countenance bathe the world, bringing an end to the night and ushering in the day. Kneel before him, and wonder at his benevolence. Feel the warmth of his radiant presence. If thou art broken, he shall make thee whole. If thou art in darkness, he shall bring thee to the light. If thou art sinful, thou shalt be reborn. If thou art cold, his warmth shall bolster thee. How canst I, so lowly and worn, speak words of proper adulation? Thine eyes, whose gaze sees the sin in me, yet still shows love. Thine hands, whose grip pulls me out of the darkness. Thine ears, listening to my every prayer. Thine heart, bright as the dawn, giving me warmth when I am raw. Youthus, light of spring, sun of the world, thou givest me life and purpose. If thine heart be black, if thine intention be impure, thy life is forfeit. For he hath seen, he can see, he will see. Nothing is hidden from his glory. His light touches every corner of the world. Nothing is hidden from his sight. If thou dost thy work in the dark, if thou wouldst keep thine actions hidden, thou shalt be burned in the sun of the new dawn. Day comes soon. Prepare for the dawn. Nothing is hidden from his reach. Hide anything from the god. That's our first repeated book. Yay! Means we're making progress in reading the books. One more note. This letter is fairly intact, though the parchment itself has been crumpled. Yes, dear. I know that the temple baths boast great healing properties, and that at your back ails you still. Still, I would ask that if you are to be indulged for the greater part of the day, you give over your key to the sanctum to someone else for safekeeping. This is not the first time we have been forced to wait to perform the day's rites, and Rectrix Obrica is often too far below to hear our knocking. Healing battle day. We can't go in there though, can we? Ooh. It's flooded. Can't go down there. We saw like a little healing bit, but couldn't walk in there. We're not gonna be able to fight them. I'll get through that door. Baddies through that door. Is there anywhere we can go? I got no spells left.
Yes?
Aye?
You got none either. Okay.
Hmm? I'm here. Yes? I'm here.
How may I help?
Combine touch spell. They summon more. They do. They summon more of themselves. I'll get them first.
Lava.
Quickly.
Curses. Lava will be on seek. Curses. Lava will be on seek.
Good. Come on. Them fools. Fools.
Aye.
Who's weird? It's already. Spirit residue. Feel wisps of soul energy.
Indeed. I'm wounded.
Ah, traps.
I'm here.
I'll take better care of Aloth.
We need a rogue ASAP. We can't detect any traps. Try to clear these out in his room.
I'm here. Yes?
Do buffs beforehand.
Hey,
Do first, because it's time to buff up.
hi?
How may I?
Looks like it's summoning others, Can't see what they're doing though. Couldn't come up in the combat log. I'll do that. Really good one.
Yes?
Fusion as well, buddy.
Yes. Hmm? Yes?
In the end. He's fighting a tough enemy. Yes, we know. Get lost.
Damn it.
No, I'm killing you. Come on, we've got like no health left. Come on, guys. No. What? 51 defense. They're all called Shade, but some of these are tougher then. Oh, that's what it's trying to say. Ah. Tougher Shades. We got him, yeah! Go, buddy. We did it! Gonna have to rest again though, jeez.
I shall.
Oh, lower the water. Sounded like a... Someone blocked the toilet. Lesser black ooze is left behind.
Hey,
Yes? Yes?
I'm gonna find a graded black ooze further down.
Yes?
Oh, yep.
hey.
Can help knock oozes down. No. But actually knock ghosts down though. What the fuck? Whoa, what was that when he died? Is that glitch?
Hey.
Oh nice. This staff ability is awesome. Wow. Who's doing a lot of damage? Wow, I had a critical hit with that staff. That's good against them. 53. Wow. Better than I thought. There we go. Someone's cloaking their key. Haha, in the baths. Okay. The key, can we open up this door now without having to do lockpicking? Yeah. Oh no. Take this last one out. Hey, knock him down, keep him down.
Yes?
Why I used to obliterate them? A phantom? Oh no. We are gonna most both left.
Hi? Hey.
I'm here.
Okay. Ooh, it is others, okay. The phantom. Oh, guys, more. Oh, Jesus. Okay, no, we're dead.
I don't suppose we could rest a spell.
We will. Keep bringing it up.
Yes?
Got no more rest left. come back. Fish exploring probably.
Hey,
Oh god. Okay. Staff. You get you that good staff spell. That's for sure. Because this is pretty good. Damn it. Wait, if it's only him coming, then I go yours. Watching.
Yes? Yeah.
God, you idiot, the weakest. What are you doing? Go down.
How may I help?
Knock him down.
hey.
Do that. No.
I'm here.
Get up, blood!
Love, Baru, beyond.
That's it!
Love, Baru, beyond.
See!
Love, Baru, beyond.
See!
You're not getting through me.
Need to get you a magical weapon, dude. Hey, it's no time to sleep. Need to get you a better level 2 spell. We just tank that first one. It went okay, but then they all went after me. As soon as their buddy died. Game to survive a bit longer.
Hey,
Better. Oh, is
Yes?
it? Oh, for fuck's sake, games. What was the last save? My own save. Why don't you show the last save? The top. After we rested.
Yes?
That's dumb. I'll change that.
hey,
I'm
What's
here.
dumb thing about?
hey. Of course.
No pre-buffing in this game.
Aye?
Looks like.
I'm here.
I like do the staff now.
Hey,
Let the guy friend tank a little while he's rolls up.
aye?
While staff's still out, I go him. Otherwise he'll disappear in the combat.
I'm here.
Confusion on him.
Aye?
Why you can't continue attacking them though?
Hey.
Phantoms are tough.
Hey.
Ah, thank you.
Do some killing. Time for endurance to go back up though, even if you can't attack them for a little while, which is good.
Hey.
On seek.
I want to kill you first, but that'll do. That better spell against a tougher one.
Lava
There you
be on
go. Stun. Go well. What did he do to you? Stunned you for a few seconds. All these effects like stun, poison, they just like last a few seconds and then disappear automatically.
Indeed.
Hi?
That's not very helpful.
lava be on seek.
Yeah. Velun. Orange, yellow-orange fruit found in Old Valia. Named after a fruit. Gemstone.
Of course.
Yeah. Ooze plasma. Take that ooze. Put it in my bottom of my bag. The still dark waters are reflective as black glass. Did that require a perception check or anything? Oh, the dead bodies in this room. Oh, cool.
Remind me never to help kill my god again.
Someone's spirit. The light rises from the bones as you approach. You have a moment to register the faintest image of a standing figure. Features a blur of mist or smoke before the world tilts. It is as if you have stepped sideways and into a new life. You are racing down a flight of stairs, following a weaving circle of torchlight. Your own panting breaths are loud in your ears. Panic and your robes alike foul your steps. You nearly stumble before a hand reaches out to grip your arm and steady you. A fellow acolyte who smiles encouragement as you reach the bottom. You run around and past the shallow reflection pool that marks the lowest point of the temple, following the dark shapes of the older priests as they lead the way towards the narrow hall that leads to the vault. You pass one of the torchbearers as you go. The harsh illumination of the flames reveals a familiar face. For a moment your awareness spans time and identity, and you think Werton has joined you, here at the bottom of the temple. In the memory, he glances at you for a moment, and then looks past at someone else. "I'll come back once they're gone," he's saying. You're being pressed along by the crowd, and his words are growing faint. "Just keep quiet, we can't take any chances." Inside the vault, golden relics gleam like welcoming stars. steal from the vault. The memory twists, jarring you loose from one moment and plunging you into another like a flung doll. There's only darkness around you now. You think yourself blinded, until the knowledge settles onto you like a cloak. The candles have all burnt away. You know now, too, with a sick certainty, that nobody is coming. There's a crackling noise somewhere to your left, a wet slurping gurgle and a ragged sob. You cannot see, and so you cannot know which brother or sister has fallen, and which digs after what water a body may provide. You hear in the faint murmuring to your right the familiar cadence of prayer, but you no longer recognize the words. You are too tired to do harm. The thirst is like fire within you. Your tongue is thick in your throat, and every breath is a struggle that leeches strength from you. There's a light, they said, at the end of every bout of darkness, but this one does not end. Wow, they get trapped in here? Just died of thirst. The spirit releases you and you come back to yourself in pieces. Your vision clears and the vault around you is revealed once more, cast in muted hues by the sickly illumination of the soul still drifting like fading fog. Fear wafts off the spirit in waves, fraying at your own emotions. Sorry, spirit. Hope you find some peace in the next life. Lying bastard. No. He didn't want revenge. He's not angry, he didn't want revenge. He's afraid. The spirit seems to withdraw into itself. You sense less of its fear and confusion as it recedes, but the soul lingers still. Ada, no matter how many times I see you staring off at nothing, it doesn't get less weird. Gather the remains. Lost spirit, you spend a few moments gathering up what you can find of the bones of the priests. It proves a heavy and gruesome burden, but you manage to recover them all. Like sea spirits, talk to them. Spawned in the right way. Some of the gold leaf from these relics is chipped away to reveal the wood beneath. There are tooth marks upon one of the bowls.
I shall.
These fake. What? Gold leaf. The stand rocks unsteadily on its base. It seems like the mechanism is broken. Might get trapped in here though. Gems and gold.
It's done.
I have to buy all the lockpicks I find. Crowbar. Gorn's share. One-handed unique flail. What? I got a unique weapon? Whoa. I got my first unique weapon. One-handed flail. Uses the one-handed weapons. I don't think there's like any feat to use a particular type of weapons in this game. Not that I know of just yet. So can anyone... I'm a wizard, I can use a two-handed sword. That's what I'm doing right now. And cast spells. That's pretty cool about this game. Use any weapon. You switch weapons if it's better. Graze is converted into hits. 20% of damage restored is endurance. Whoa, it's like vampiric. What? Gorn. A lesser known aspect of the god Eothas. Gorn represents the cyclic nature of life in the seasons, and is often portrayed as a farmer wielding a scythe. He enjoys popularity among more rural followers of Eothas, who are drawn to his varying identities as provider, shepherd of the dead, and defender against injustice. Gorn's share is said to have been crafted by a distraught De Wooden smith after the destruction of his home by a Glanthathan raiding party. Upon arriving at a neighbouring settlement, the smith immediately set about his work, intending to craft a weapon suited to righting the wrongs done to his village. Toiling over several weeks, he was able to fashion a heavy flail covered in a small sickle-shaped blaze, with which he was determined to send any returning invaders into the afterlife. Cool, this is unique. I might use this on him and then enchant it. Enchanting. Increase damage, hit chance, 55%. What? Can I take off enchantments after I've enchanted? Like put on a better one. I don't know what to do, like whether it should save the best ones. Need to be level 16 as well. There's a level requirement. Might wait until like just do the enchantment rather than waiting to the best one because you would find a better weapon. Need to figure that out. Elemental damage, better damage against certain enemies. That's so cool. Is that better for you, buddy? You're the tank. I'll give you the stash. Draining. Properties. Convert graze to draining. Wow. Awesome. Compared to his weapon, a bit less damage. But it's faster. Well, he gains endurance as well. It's good for a tank. Let's try it out. Try and hit a ghost with that.
Yes?
Oh, cool! Look at that. Like, see it like
Hey.
down in.
I'm here.
Awesome. Scolder Whelp. Whoa, Scolder King, two of them, there's a lot of enemies. Okay. More confusion left. That's not good. Stop you using your spells, I think.
How may I help?
I'm here. Feels like poison.
How may I help?
I was intending.
It's all black! That's no... blood!
Feeling the strain.
Wow, let's go, the Kings pack a bunch. I think we'll stop there for now though. Up save. Can you? XP. Ooh, about to level up. Go forward. Ooh. I was too excited to get lost in this game as well, with lore and stuff. Cozy in this world. PLCs. Wait, what's YouTube about? Film. Lockpicks in. Wait, stop that.